Remaining bowlers, 5 minutes.
And from Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio, happy 50th anniversary, Pla-Mor Lanes. This is C-Squad coverage of the PBA BowlerStore.com Classic, presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. Good evening, everyone. I'm $2 Phil Brylow, taking you through our final qualifying squad of the day. 8 games of qualifying ahead for C-Squad, and they've got some numbers put up by some pretty big names. 4 of our top 5 players after A and B squad. All familiar PBA Tour names for you to view. We'll go over our top listings of our scores coming up shortly. And practice almost finished here on lanes 1 through 16 here at Pla-Mor Lanes. 8 games, 8 pairs. You do the math. And we will have everything Ready to rock and roll here on C Squad. We'll get you some player introductions and go over those scores from A and B Squad after Bobby Jekyll makes the announcements to get the squad underway and officially marking for score.
Okay, bowlers, so when you practice, please recycle those pin setters in the first ball cycle. Spectators and fans, as a reminder, please make sure to turn off your cell phones, place lights on, no flash photography, no flash video, signing autographs, or live streaming. The bowlers greatly appreciate it. I'll be doing updates after each and every game to be able to follow along this day in contention with the top 32 advancing to tomorrow's semifinal action beginning at 11 a.m. Bowlers, when you have a full rack of pins and your arrows come up, you begin your 8 games of qualifying. The 2026 PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair.
Thank you, Bobby Jekyll, for getting the squad underway here on C Squad. Fresh application of the 42-foot Earl Anthony pattern out on the lanes. And we'll see what the players can do to attack it. Got to get your pins early. It's real tough to get them towards the end. It's pretty amazing during B Squad. Once we got into Game 6, that's when things started falling apart for a lot of players on A Squad, but Ethan Fiore overcame that. And Fiore put up the first perfect game in 4 years in this PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic. And then the house of misery that is Pla-Mor Lanes reared its ugly head in Fiore's next game and gave him a whole whopping 163. So here are your bowlers. On lanes 1 through 4. Chandler Stevens, your bowler A. Kenan Strixla, your bowler B. Isaiah Shannon, who made the step ladder in Delphus on Thursday, your bowler double A. Bowling as a guest, Wichita State standout Braden Malash is your bowler double B to round out the lineup on 1 and 2. On 3 and 4, Casey Coigan is your A. Jared Coker, your B. Zach Gear, your double A. Tom Source, your double B. We put the live scoring link, pinned it in your chat. If you want to check for where your favorite player in A or B squad may have landed up. Graham Fa off of A squad leading at plus 207, only a 4-pin advantage over Trey Heinrichs at plus 203. Tom Smallwood, even with a 136 game in Game 7, surrounded that game with a 248 and a 255, bowled well all day, other than hitting lanes 9 and 10 and just having air. Smallwood finished at plus 190. A bit of a gap back to A.J. Johnson in 4th place. Johnson started slow. Was actually 30 under after the first 4 games and bounced back with 161 over for his last 4, 223, 256, 224, 258 to get the plus 131. Fiore maxed out 100 pins to the plus in Game 6 with that 300 and only added 22 pins to the plus with his other 7 games. Welcome to Coldwater. Up and down day for Fiore. Still a plus 122 in 5th overall. Hayden Hale off of A squad in 6th, plus 117, and then we start getting into the double digits. Aiden Furukawa, another player. Bit of a slow start, but put together 245, 233, 223 in the middle of his block to get to plus 93. Simon Moat plus 88. Patrick Dombrowski plus 83. And Matt Sanders and Steve Novak tied for 10th at plus 63. Round out your top 11. Right now, the player that's in 20th place is Bailey Maverick at minus 19, and that's kind of the target score that C Squad here is going to be looking at. As there are 32 players advancing to tomorrow, so if all things were equal in the world, obviously it would be 10 off of A, 10 off of B, 10 off of C, but PBA for decades has mandated the top 32 players, the top 1 and 3 off of all squads combined together will advance to tomorrow's competition. So if you win 10, 10, 10 and a couple wild cards, you're looking at the minus 19 of Bailey Maverick. There's some dead scores that might still have a chance. Anthony Lacaze minus 28 off A squad. Brandon Flora minus 29. Noel Vega minus 35. And even Michael Mossbarger minus 37. Yeah, they could have a chance. EJ Tackett ran into some struggles early and late in his block. Came out of the gates 167, 188. And right when he was getting to the plus, game 6 of 166, game 7 of 147. Tackett ended up finishing at minus 42. It's tied with Rick McCormick for 27th, but I don't foresee just 4 players from C Squad making the cut. But last year I said, I don't foresee less than 8 players making the cut off of C, and it was 2. So anything can happen. And I'm sure there's some bowlers. They're going to be doing either some live stream or scoreboard watching to see what B Squad or C Squad does here. We'll get over to our next set of lanes 5 through 8. Remember, all your pair feeds are available to you on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. Just open the description if you're watching us here in the Strike Central feed. And you'll be able to see the pair listings 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, 13 through 16. Right-click on one of those, open up that pair feed in the second tab, basically because all you're going to get is the ambient audio off pair. We'll keep you updated on hot hands. If somebody was going for a perfect game like Fiore was earlier in the day, we'll keep you updated on that so you can flip over, tune back in, but you can watch your favorite player. All 8 games of their qualifying block. And once again, thanks to BowlerStore.com, our title sponsor of this event in Coldwater, and they've also sponsored our live stream game graphics over the last 2 events, last week at the Creamer Roofing Classic in Minster at Community Lanes, and here at Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater. Thanks again to Pla-Mor Lanes for bringing us in as well. On 5 and 6, Trevor Parabs, your A, Nick Dudek, your B, Christian LaCour, your double A, Nicholas Wehrman, your double B. On 7 and 8, a couple of PBA Tour champions on that pair. Kevin McCune's your A, Connor Pula, your B, Craig Lamond, your double A, and PBA Tour champion BJ Moore is your double B. Moore just went back for a ball change already in the 3rd frame, ran to the pack. That one slices high, so he'll be trying to solve that riddle for a frame or 2. Thanks, everyone, for joining us on a Saturday night. Glad to have you here in Coldwater, Ohio. Remember, first place in this event, $10,000. And along with that $10,000 first place prize, That can't be an actual leave on lane 9. Oh, and a chop for BJ Moore, and he's looking at 2 opens in his first 3 frames. All right, that was not a leave. It must have been some deadwood that got knocked around. I was going to say, not too often you see the 4, 5, 8, 9 left for a player. I was going to go back and search the feed on 9 through 12 for that one, if that was the case. That's a serious cold watering. If someone were to leave the 4, 5, 8, 9, that's Peterson-esque. Kuhn first frame open. Spare strike, and now looking for another spare in the 4th. So the Brunswick Cup, this is the 3rd event of that 3-event series. Last weekend with the Kremer Roofing Classic at Community Lanes in Minster, Ohio. Wednesday and Thursday was the David Diane Kill Open at Delphus Recreation Center in Delphus, Ohio. And this event in Coldwater, $10,000 in that Brunswick Cup presented by WCSM Radio. Thanks to Brett Selhorst at WCSM for putting all the work in to get this together with our sponsors, PBA Brunswick, WCSM Community Lanes, Pla-Mor Lanes, Delphus Recreation Center, BowlerStore.com, and Kremer Roofing. And there you see the points list, and E.J. Tackett probably going to fall out of that top 4. Dean Vargo definitely fell out of the top 4. So there's going to be some jostling around. We'll give you updates as we get through all of our elimination rounds tomorrow as to where bowlers stand in the Brunswick Cup. As that's a nice little bonus. And Ethan Fiore right now sitting pretty to take that Brunswick Cup for the 2nd year in a row. Let's get you over to lanes 9 through 12. Introduce you to your players. Eric Burris, your bowler A. Hayden Bower, your bowler B. Hayden, the manager here at Pla-Mor Lanes. Ryan Burton, your bowler double A. Rich Benninghoff, your bowler double B. On 9 and 10, over on 11 and 12. Jeff Manns, your A. Wyatt Miller, your B. Kyle Cook, your double A. Joshua Bursma, your double B on 11 and 12. Burton with a solid start to this point. Spare and a 3-bagger. And that's one thing you can't let get away, and that's a rough start for Burris. 3 single pins, 3 open frames out of his first 4. That can make for a real, real long night here in Coldwater. Bower gets a break there, leaves just a 6-pin. He's lucky enough to golf in the Lions Open on Monday with Hayden, along with Larry Verbal, PBA 60 world champion, and another local. Sorry, Jim, your last name slipped me. I apologize. We golfed for a couple of years now. Does some high school bowling coaching in the area. And we had a good time at the Lions Open. Should be no surprise that E.J. Tackett and his foursome, along A.J. Johnson and his foursome, tied for the overall win at the Lions Open. Hey, but I won a bowling ball in a raffle. Haven't bowled since January 2020, but we'll definitely be passing that along to our Junior Hall of Fame tournament in southeastern Wisconsin in November. And Hayden lets that one get away from him for the open frame. Well, we've introduced you to 24 players on the squad. May as well introduce you to the last 8. Not make him feel left out. Aiden Fellows, your bowler A. Andrew Myers, your bowler B. Chris Hartung, your double A. Steve Tobalt, your double B on 13 and 14. Noah Samuels, your A. Reese Kramer, your B. Bailey Waymeyer, your double A. Terrell Ingalls, your double B on 15 and 16. Well, for those of you joining a 10 on the deck YouTube feed for the first time, first of all, thanks for joining us tonight. Second of all, I'm $2 Phil Brilo. And I am 10 on the deck. I am your producer, director, commentator, camera operator. See, we got this neat little camera here so we can zoom in on people. Let's zoom in on Kevin McCune. Look at that. I won't even disturb the bowlers. There's Kevin McCune all the way down to lanes 7 and 8 as he gets himself set up on the approach. Yeah, let's get back to him behind the approach. So you'll see that camera used a lot more tomorrow during our step ladder finals. That schedule will begin at 5 p.m. Eastern time. For our top 4 players advancing after 17 total games of competition. The 8 games of qualifying today, that pinfall carries over. Then we come back at 11 a.m. tomorrow with our top 32. They'll bowl 4 additional games in the advancers round. We'll cut that field in half. Those 16 players will bowl 3 additional games. Then we'll cut it in half again for the aptly named round of 8. 2 more games in that round of 8 will give us a 17-game total. And that's where we'll seed our top 4 players. So BJ Moore trying to get to 194 for his opening effort. Made the drive in from Pennsylvania this weekend. I'm sure his lovely wife, Tania, hopefully she's getting a little bit of a break at Falbo's restaurant in Latrobe to watch a little bit of her husband take to the lanes here. Somebody dropped the cell phone next to my microphone. It's mine now. Ah. Never to be seen again. And once again, don't judge too much about how the field's scoring in game 1. In A squad, we had 14 players over 200 the first game. B squad, we had 10. And by the time we were done with A and B squad, we only had 16 players averaging 200 or better. Some of these players are going to have a long way to try to catch up to the lead that Fa, Henriksmeyer, Smallwood have put out there. I mean, right now, Fa is 200 pins over 16th. But the thing is, in 4 more games, some bad games by Fa and some good games by some other players could definitely close that gap. And if they're real bad games for Fa and real good games for somebody else, they could possibly switch spots on the leaderboard. We've seen it happen. I mean, Isaiah Shannon in Delphus, yeah, a bit easier of a condition and a bit easier of a center on the Ballard pattern. But for Shannon, you'll see him coming up momentarily on 1 and 2. He's your bowler double A, your scoreboard lane 2. Shannon had his final 4 games in the advancers round. 258, 258, 297, 297. Nothing like a 280 average for your last 4 games. Not going to happen here in Coldwater. As we mentioned during Ethan Fiore's 300 game, there was only 1 300 bowled here on the house pattern this year. And there's a good Friday night scratch league here. It is tough to get some carry, and anyone at any time can get fully cold watered. So your player movement between game 1 and game 2 is just simply 1 pair of the right. 1 and 2 is going to 3 and 4, 3 and 4 over to 5 and 6, all the way down until we get to 15 and 16, coming back down. to 1-2. Game 2 is C Squad coming up next. Your live scoring in, or see your game by game scoring link in the chat. If you have any questions about this event or the Brunswick Cup, put them in the chat. We'll talk about them in game number 2. Thanks, everyone, for joining us here from Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater. As you're watching coverage of the PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. And with your fall league season starting sooner than anticipated, anything you need to get your bowling going for your fall leagues, you can order at BowlerStore.com. Check out all the new equipment available to you. And if you need it quick, they can ship it to you in as fast as 1 business day. BowlerStore.com. Game 2 coming up next here from Pla-Mor Lanes.
Because I go there to make sure nothing happens on my bed. Powering up right now. I mean, I will say only maybe you should. Yeah, so it's so he shared 1 or 2. Now he's only 3, 4. We don't got so these are 1%. And they have an outside manual.
All right, let's get you started here on 5 through 8. Kogan Coker Gear Source A, B, AA, double B on 5 and 6. 7, 8. Perov, your A. Dudek, your B. Licora, your double A. Werman, your double B. We'll check in on our tour players on the squad, McCune and BJ Moore, over on 9 and 10 after a couple of frames. Waiting on that first game scoring update for C Squad. We'll see what our scoring pace is looking like. And give you a little review of what happened in Delphus on Wednesday and Thursday. We have some highlights from the stepladder finals from Thursday from the David Diane Kill Open. That event, one of 3 events of the Brunswick Cup points list. Thanks again to Brent Sellers, the WCSM Radio, and the Davidson family, the Kill family, and the Hardings family. If you're getting all that together, $10,000 in that Brunswick Cup to be split to the top 4 places. And the 3 tournaments were the Kremer Roofing Classic from last weekend, the David Diane Kill Open from Wednesday and Thursday. I'll show you some highlights from the stepladder, all during C Squad. And this event with the BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair here in Coldwater, Ohio.
Yeah, I went back so yeah, he's right here. Not so McLean a little bit, but not as much. That's today, not tomorrow. First and last.
All right, let's get you over to lanes 9 through 12. McCune, your A, Pula, your B. Lamond, your double A, Moore, your double B. On 9 and 10, 11 and 12. Eric Burris, your A. Hayden Boer, your B. Ryan Burton, your double A. Rich Benninghoff, your double B. 9 and 10. There's the man who's in the lead on C Squad after the initial game. Ryan Burton plus 237. Kind of reminds me of what we saw in B Squad. Score starting a little bit lower. Kevin McCune, 227. Reese Kramer, 225. Chandler Stevens, 217. Jeff Mann, 216. Benninghoff, 214. Hartung, 211. Samuels, that same number. Parav, 210. Craig Lamond, 204. That's it for your players that are over 200 in their first game. Ten players on C Squad. It's about what we had on B Squad. Problem is that they're going to still keep figuring it out as they move their way across the house. 8 pairs in the house, 8 pairs in play, 8 pairs being bowled upon here at Pla-Mor Lanes. Once again, happy 50th anniversary in this building, the Pla-Mor Lanes. They're located elsewhere in Coldwater. Until 1976, they celebrated that 50th anniversary with a big party here a couple of weeks ago. Got about a week's worth of rest in and then got all the preparations, well, the rest of the preparations, because let's face it, when you're working with 72 sponsors in this great event, it's a year-round effort, and the Hardings family does such a wonderful job here, and the support of the community in Coldwater and around Coldwater, Salina, St. Henry's, St. Mary's. Yeah, they get a lot of support, and that's why this event can pay $10,000 for first place. And here's a pitfall you have to avoid as a C Squad bowler. Okay. You come in, you look at the scoreboard. You've seen 63 players bowl before you. And you see 18 of them to the positive on the scoreboard. You know they're taking 32. You can't bowl defensively. You just can't. You can't think to yourself, okay, I keep staying clean, I keep staying clean, I keep staying clean. First of all, this building's not going to let you do that. Let's be honest. You make a mistake. I mean, look right here. 9 and 10. Made a mistake. 6 count, 5 count. Okay. Now, good luck making either one of these. All right, we got one from Pula. See if McCune can match. But, yeah, that's the problem. You start trying to get defensive going, okay, if I can just get it to the pocket, sure. A bunch of 9 spares are great on this condition. The problem is getting 9. Problem is stringing some strikes to get back after you have an open frame. McCune should get a patch for that. Everyone knows how tough it is to get the ball to hook back from the outside. A couple of boards here in Coldwater, and McCune kept that line tight. Kept it going. Hey, thanks for the spoiler in the chat, Duggan Z. No, I'm kidding. Good to hear, Alexis Runk. She is an absolute wonderful human being. Her husband, Brandon, has bowled this event for many years. Brandon's gotten cold watered. I think we had a couple of years ago, we actually had a Brandon highlight where he got cold watered. I can't remember the exact hit. We've had some cold waterings today. We put up Jason Lundquist from A Squad on my personal Facebook page. Just look for Phil Brilo and you'll see it, or it'll probably pop up on your Facebook Reels if you follow a lot of bowling. I'm sure it'll get there in the next day or two. And I also posted the last 3 strikes of Ethan Fiore's 300 game in Game 6 of B Squad. So BJ Moore has his run in at the front 5. And that was the biggest run early on here in Game 2, and gives a little bit back with the open frame after sending the 2 to the right of the 8. See what Burton can do here, extend the string, get himself pacing back above 200. There you go. Burton takes them all down, put the turkey on the board. Bauer trying to get a double, not happening. Can't be easy. I know Hayden was here this morning, 6 a.m. helping get everything ready, and then 13 and a half hours later, hey, get ready to practice and bowl yourself on C Squad. But he wanted to give it a shot against the best the PBA has to offer for this weekend. Pattern they're bowling on, Rodney, is the 42-foot Earl Anthony pattern. It's 42 feet in length, 34.5 milliliters in the pattern, so very heavy. And actually it has a speed bump in the pattern right at about the arrows. So if a bowler tries to play a little outside and a little quick with that speed bump, it can get a little hairy. And we've had several players get a little quick and take 3 off the right. Or even worse in some cases, leave a form of super washout, which is, I think, even tougher to convert because you don't have the 3-pin to help you out. Burton looking for the Rob Stone pork product here in the 8th frame. Burton was the double bubble in the Midwest region in 2024, Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year. A couple of PBA regional titles under his belt, and gets the 4 to lean in front of the 7, not going to take it down. And BJ Moore, you could tell by that body language, he knew that one wasn't going to get all the way back up into the pocket flush. And should be reasonably happy that it's the 2-4 combination. Yeah, a lot of people like to try these PBA patterns during summer events. I know sweepers and stuff around the country, they'll put them out. I know back in Milwaukee, where I'm headquartered, on Wednesday nights, I live stream Sweeper Series, the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series from Country Lanes in Franklin, Wisconsin. Quaint 12-lane center, but we have every pair covered just like we have here. We treat the people like it's a PBA event when they're there. We give them live stream coverage. They get tougher conditions, except they get handicapped. It's handicapped at 80% of the difference between the bowler's average and 230. And how about that? That never happens here in Coldwater. I guarantee you that's the first time that's happened today with a roll 2-pin. And, yeah, they put out a lot of tougher patterns. This week we gave them a little bit of a break. Took it easy on them. But it was still a variety of bowlers' averages in the championship round. Bowlers all the way averaging from in the 150s to in the 220s. So your player movement from game 2 to game 3, they're going to skip a pair land on the 2nd. So the players you see here on 9 and 10, they're going to go down to the next feed on 13 and 14. Ryan Burton and company on 11 and 12 will go to the end pair on 15 and 16. Appreciate everybody joining us here. I know there's some live stream bowling choices. Everyone can watch this weekend, but this is the only one where you're going to see a $10,000 check awarded to our champion tomorrow afternoon in the stepladder. The PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair rolls on from Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio. I'm $2 Phil Brilo, and happy to be steering the ship for you this evening here in Coldwater.
cleared up a little. They're not bad. I don't really know the skip.
All right, let's get everything started here in game 3. Lanes 5 through 8. Noah Samuels, Bailey Waymeyer, Reese Kramer, Tyler Ingalls on 5 and 6. 7 and 8 are the players that started on 1 and 2. Chandler Stevens, your A. Kenan Strixla, your B. Isaiah Shannon, your double A. Braden Malash, your double B. And Shannon had an impressive event over in Delphus. Was an impressive Wednesday, and even for the first part of Thursday, he wasn't impressive. But to finish off his 8-game advances round block, Shannon in games of 258, 258, 297, and 297 again. And he went from 250 out of the cut to making the cut by 20 pins over Ethan Fiore. And let's give you a rundown on what happened. As we said, Shannon going to be in the opening match against Hayden Hale. And the striking went away early for Shannon. A little bit of a rest and a re-oil of the Del Ballard pattern. Kind of took some momentum away on him as Hayden Hale came out. He couldn't miss on lane 12. Problem was you're bowling on 2 lanes and a stepladder, and he could just not get any carry down on lane 11. Watch that ball just have the 6 flat 10. Shannon's starting to make his way back, though, late in the match. 6th frame, the strike, 7th frame, crossover to make it a double, and then he stepped back up in the 8th frame and parlayed that crossover into a 3-bagger, and it pulled him within basically 1 pin. And he could have been in a position to win the match when he stepped up in the 10th frame, but made an error there in the 9th. 3, 6, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. And Hale stepped up, closed it out in the 10th frame. And Hayden Hale advanced on into the second stepladder match against A.J. Johnson with a final score of 203 to 180. But a nice showing for Isaiah Shannon for his first PBA regional stepladder of his career. And something tells me we'll see a few more of them out of Isaiah as the years go by. So your 2-game scoring update for C Squad. Now, on at the live scoring game-by-game update link you have pinned in your chat. Leading C Squad, Ryan Burton, plus 47. Burton, 237, 210. Brav and Benninghoff tied for the 2-3 spot at plus 39. Fourth on the squad, Craig Lamont, plus 22. Fifth, Jeff Mann at plus 21. Noah Samuels, sixth, plus 19. Kevin McCune, seventh, plus 17. Tom Source, plus 12. In eighth on the squad, BJ Moore, plus 6, ninth on the squad. He's the last bowler that's averaging 200 or better for the first 2 games. Not like we haven't seen this before here in Coldwater. We'll go down and catch up with our leader, Burton. Along with Kevin McCune and BJ Moore. McCune, your A, Peeler, your B. Lamond, your double A, BJ Moore, your double B on 13 and 14. Burris, your A, Boer, your B. Burton, your double A, Benninghoff, your double B on the all B pair. Well, the last names all begin with B on 15 and 16. And once again, make a miss and leave a bunch. You see it here again. I think it's 14 and 15. We catch up with the chat here. Once again, if it's the first time you're joining us with 10 on the deck, I am 10 on the deck. I'm $2 Phil. I am doing everything. Changing your game graphics, announcing, producing, directing. I have a one-man show here in Coldwater this weekend. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Zeke Bate does put on. I see his, I believe it's Kahana Bowl, Kahana Lanes. I can't remember the full title, but yeah, I see Zeke puts his announcements on Facebook for those. I think they're Wednesday nights as well. Tuesdays or Wednesdays. I can't remember for Zeke. But, yeah, he puts out a great sweeper series in Columbus for the players. And Rodney, yeah, it seems like a lot of hook in the middle, and it seems like less hook outside for a couple of reasons when you get to most of these sport patterns. Especially if you're right-handed, and here's why. Synthetic lanes, they still track. They still have a track in them. After 25, 30 years, initially proprietors have sold the idea that, synthetic lanes will last forever compared to wood. They don't need to be resurfaced or anything. They still track out, and they still get grooves and scratches and all kinds of stuff in them. And on the right side of the lane, with most of your league play happening and open play happening, what happens? Most league players throw over second arrow. Most recreational players chuck it over third or fourth arrow because they throw it straight. And the outside part of the lane doesn't get used. So if it's all torn up, look at how you do with the surface of a bowling ball. When you surface a bowling ball, you get the little nooks and crannies into your bowling ball because then it grabs the lane harder. If you get it grabbing the lane harder on the nooks and crannies that are in the track on a synthetic lane, it'll still get through some of that oil and grab and go. Meanwhile, you go and play the outside part of the lane, a little more pristine because not too many people are brave enough to go out and play first arrow on a league shot. And so it has a pretty scratch-free surface that throw a little bit more oil on there to go with the pristine surface, and it really seems like the outside part of the lane doesn't hook. That's why when you see these PBA Tour professionals, unless the pattern's really designed to play outside, you'll start to see him get a little bit left. That's going to be trouble for Moore. And as he tries playing the track area, and he gets a little early friction. So we'll probably see B.J. Moore move left, get a little bit more of a pristine area of the lane, and then let that ball get the track area further down lane. I used to coach college bowling. I'm not just a pretty face here that you can't see behind a microphone. The first year that UW-Whitewater made the intercollegiate team championships was way back. God, it's been almost 20 years. The 2007-2008 season, and I was the head coach for that team that season. We're the definite underdogs. When I took over that team in late 2007, they were ranked 54th in the collegiate bowling polls, and we finished in April. From December to April, we went from 54th to 5th at the national championships. Lost to Wichita State twice to knock us out in Wichita at North Rock Lanes. So, yeah, a little home field advantage for Wichita State to go with the 500-person loud crowd, where we at Whitewater just had pretty much ourselves and a parent or two. But it was still a good event, and great to be a part of. Get that program kicked off on the way to the success it's had now for almost 20 years. So once again, the scoring pace on C squad not off to a huge start, but it's not any worse than what we saw in B squad. A squad did start a little bit hotter, but then they really slowed down games 6, 7, and 8. They hit some brick walls. Eric Burris might not be having a good night tonight, but paid his money, entered the tournament, shoot up and giving it a try. It's 96 bowlers, or 95, pardon me, bowlers in the field that have done that. Somebody thinks they have the talent, the ability to shoe up with the best in the world, and we had a couple of the best in the world on the squad with McCune and BJ Moore right next door. Hey, I'm not going to stop him. I applaud the effort. More than quite a few other bowlers have done over the years. And the only way you're going to get better at bowling on PBA regionals is bowling on these type of conditions as often as possible. Lanes don't break down on the regional tour like they do in your house shot league or your Wednesday sweeper or anywhere else. The only way you're going to learn. College players get it a little bit, but how many college players do you see come out? And, I mean, you can count them on one hand with the success like Brandon Bonta had this year, like Alex Horton had this year. And that was years of experience collegiately, years of experience in various tournament series as youth players. I'd be glad to go back to the Parker Bone III Scholarship Tournament out in New Jersey. We'll be live streaming that on 10 the Deck. No, actually, we'll be live streaming at the Bone Legacy, pardon me. We're teaming up with the Bone family. Some of the best bowlers you'll see from the Eastern Seaboard gathering at Howell Lanes last weekend of September, as they're going to be battling for a ton of scholarship money. Last year, the boys winner took home $2,500. The girls winner took home $1,500 for the U18 divisions. Lots of added scholarship money thanks to the sponsors that the Bone family gathers together. And glad to be part of that with the Bone family for the 5th consecutive year. We mentioned the success of Isaiah Shannon in Delphus a couple days back. He's having a solid game here. A little light in the pocket there. Leaves the 2-7. Shannon minus 31 for the first 2 games. Shannon games at 173, 196, so he's gradually creeping up on those other bowlers on the leaderboard. And with a really good game this game, he has a chance to get back to the plus. Nice cover by Isaiah Shannon. Keep the score sheet clean, keep the possibility. 258 on the board. All right, Reese Kramer, how about giving us a little excitement here? Whenever there's a 7-10, you always got to make sure you keep an eye on it. You never know. Even in Coldwater, you can get a lucky bounce. A little tease, but no conversion for Kramer. Yeah, ladies do good on the PWBA tour, but how many games of players from 20 years ago collegially are similar to the ladies' collegiate game today? Pretty much most of them. There's not too many two-handers out there with 500 rev rates on the ladies' tour. There's a few exceptions like Nora Johansson from Sweden. And we're starting to see quite a few ladies adapt to two-hander style to increase their rev rate. And then, of course, pick up their ball speed to match with it as well. And it wouldn't surprise me in another 10 years, hoping the PWBA is still around in that time frame. It wouldn't surprise me if the number of two-handers on that ladies' tour outnumbered the number of one-handers, kind of what we see in PBA competition nowadays. The number of one-handers decreasing more and more as the speed and power generated with two mitts is honestly taking over the men's professional game. Still some outliers to that two-handed style, like E.J. Tackett, Marshall Kent, among others. I don't think it's necessarily smarter. I think they're just late to the game. I think, honestly, I think a lot of coaches were a tad misogynistic when dealing with young female players, thinking they couldn't handle the two-handed style. You know, all the stuff that came out, standing on my soapbox now, all the stuff that came out when Askew and Belmo first came out on tour of, oh, it's gonna be terrible. They're only gonna last for a few years. They're gonna blow out their wrists. They're gonna have back injuries because of their spine tilt, and their knees are gonna get all shot and everything like that. Well, Askew's back home. Doesn't bowl much on the tour anymore, but he's back home in Scandinavia, still doing a lot of bowling. I see him post pretty much every day with stuff he's doing. And he's doing a lot of coaching, and his daughter's very successful as a two-handed player. I honestly just think a lot of coaches were a little misogynistic with not letting young ladies try the two-handed style, thinking that it was going to be bad for them. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? How many different body styles have we seen with two-handed bowling? You got tall bowlers, short and stout bowlers, tall and skinny bowlers. All kinds of two-handed players out there. Even old players. Ricky Schisler converted to a two-handed style a few years back. He's a PBA 60 player, and he's thrown it successfully. Walter Ray Williams Jr. in Minnesota at a PBA 50 tour event before the pandemic threw a 300 game two-handed. So even the seniors have been going, some of them, with a two-handed style. This is going to be interesting. Somebody dropped something right by my microphone. Let's hear a lot of rattling. Oh, no, they picked it clean. How about that? There we go, Rip Van Rez. Yeah, 60, no thumb. There you go. That takes a little strength and control. Yeah, I think the big reason why you don't see a lot of two-handed ladies out there is because the coaches pushed them away from it, in my opinion. And I've seen it with a couple of young ladies back in Wisconsin where I was from. Now we're seeing more and more young ladies go with the two-handed style. Yeah, Darren Tang won here. He won his PBA title in 2021 here in Coldwater when this was a national tour event. And he was still bowling one-handed then. Made that switch a couple years later and cashing a lot of checks out on tour. He had another title of the resume with two hands. But yeah, that definitely, and having the flexibility to go one-handed and two-handed. Hey, even Tom Doherty, who throws like Rip Van Rez, no thumb, on occasion's been known to have a ball with the thumb drilled so he can put his thumb in it and take off revolutions when the lanes really fry out. So, yeah, lots of ways to find success in this game. Biggest way to find success, practice your ass off, get good coaching, and then continue to practice your ass off. Player movement between Game 3 and Game 4. Skip 2 pairs, land on the third. Players you see here on 5 and 6 going to be making their way up to 11 and 12. 7 and 8 go to 13 and 14. We'll get you a scoring update. We'll give you some more updates on what happened during the step ladder in Delphus, Ohio on Thursday. Maybe I'll get in my soapbox about something else. I mean, I am only in my 19th game of calling bowling today, going for number 20 next game, so maybe I'll find my soapbox again. Great finish by Shannon. And Game 4 coming up next year from Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio, the PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic, presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair.
super
Dude, it never even escaped me. Yeah, I got it's kind of fucking happy. That one wasn't bad. I'll start with that. I'll move my eyes, maybe move my eyes in a little bit, just make sure I keep my hips squared. And then it's got that.
And let's start you off with Game 4 coverage here on C Squad up on the high end. 13 through 16 on 13 and 14. Stevens, your A. Strucker, your B. Shannon, your double A. Malish, your double B. Kogan, your A. Coker, your B. Gear, your double A. Source, your double B on 15 and 16. We'll get you a 3-game scoring update. We'll talk a little bit more about the events in Delphos for the Dave and Diane Kill Open this past Wednesday and Thursday, and we'll give you an update on the Brunswick Cup points list here during game number 4. Appreciate the heads up in the chat about the weather. Yeah, it's actually moved east of us now. It was south of us, now it's moved to the east. It's just north of Dayton, actually. But thanks for the heads up. There's still some scattered shower activity according to the radar that somebody was just checking. Nothing too heavy at the moment heading this way. And we've been dodging raindrops most of the day here in Coldwater. Hasn't stopped the party in the sponsor tent outside. It hasn't stopped the buffet. It hasn't stopped a lot of people from stopping in to Pla-Mor Lanes, check out some professional bowling, and then go outside and have a little recreational fun, a couple of beverages, and chat with the players and their friends. So our 3-game scoring update in the books. And we're going to head down and check in with our leader. And unfortunately, we go to check in our leader, and Craig Lamont's checking his hand for a little lack of lift on the ball. As Lamont misses the head pin, but he is your leader on C Squad, plus 45. 204, 218, 223 for Lamont. Benninghoff just a pin behind, 214, 225, 205. Isaiah Shannon, we just saw his start to game 4, pardon me. Game 3, we saw his 258 game to get to plus 27. Trevor Parov drops back to 4th on the squad after a 184 game. BJ Moore hangs in 5th, 171, 235, 213 for Moore. And he had a bad shot first ball of the 10th frame. He 5 counted, only got 4, and he was working on a double going into the 10th. So that game easily could have been in the 240s instead. 213 after the bad count on the first ball and then the open. Ryan Burton falls back, 163 in game 3 for our early leader. Burton still plus, so at plus 10. Jeff Mann plus 7. 216, 205, 186 for that +7. Braden Malash, 190, 202, 213 for +5. Malash, the last player plus on C Squad. 7 players averaging 200 or better after 3 games. You know this Earl Anthony pattern was going to play tough here in Coldwater anyway. And depending on where these players are starting to break down this pattern, we might see it get real tough in a hurry. I think these players on C Squad saw where B Squad was. Game 6, 7, 8. They should have looked at the scoreboard to see what was going along with those terrible shots. Because there weren't a lot of 200s in game 7 and 8. And a great toss there by Lamont. We'll see how it plays out. We'll start worrying more about the overall cut line after this 4th game, because we'll have 8 games in on A and B and halfway through on C. And we can start making a guess on if some players from earlier squads like Anthony Lacaze at -28, Brandon Flora -29, or Noel Vega at -35 might have a chance to get in to the top 32 if some C Squad bowlers start to fall back through the standings. And this is the most telling stat on how C Squad is doing right now. During A Squad, we had about a dozen bowlers that were still Omelet Award eligible after 3 games. There's about 10 bowlers on B Squad. C Squad has 2. Craig Lamont and Rich Benninghoff with all 3 games over 200. Everybody else has at least 1 game under 200 as that head pin comes back across from McCune at Mach 2.3. One would think the vortex created by a pin moving that fast would have sucked the 10 pin into the vortex, but not to be. Yeah, with having only 2 bowlers Omelet Award eligible right now, you have to have all 8 games at 200 or better in order to receive a free omelet breakfast here at Pla-Mor Lanes tomorrow morning. Meat and other fillings of your choice included with that award, along with your choice of either home fries or hash browns and your choice of toast. A Squad, we ended up with nobody eligible. B Squad only took 4 games. Nobody was eligible. There's never a 7 pin there where you need it for a McCune. And here on C Squad, it's a realistic possibility that we can end up with nobody eligible for the omelet after the 4th game again. Especially with only 2 players up in that part of the standings. Let's go down and check in on Benninghoff. Next door on 5 and 6, bowling with Ryan Burton, who's your double A. Eric Burris, your A. Hayden Bauer, your B. And Mr. Benninghoff, your double B. Benninghoff open in the 2nd, surrounded by strikes in the 1st and 3rd. Trips to time, thanks to the advice with the weather, we're going to keep an eye on it, no doubt about it. I do have my alerts set on my phone, so even with my phone on silent right now, if there was a tornado warning, my phone would go off, and I'm sure quite a few others in the building. I know a lot of people haven't shut off their phones. We've heard them ringing throughout the evening here. at various stages. So thanks for the heads up. It's appreciated looking out for us. I'd be more worried about the poor people in Hawaii right now getting ready to fight off Hurricane Lala. As that is a big old hurricane bearing down on the Hawaiian Islands. I mean, they're taking some hurricane force winds today. Should be toning down in Hawaii after a few more hours, but still they're going to get some flooding rains and some pretty big wind gusts. And everybody to the west and southwest in Indianapolis, along with a little bit into eastern Ohio, or western Ohio, pardon me. Yeah, dealing with lots of floodwaters. And it looks like right now, a lot of that activity's settled down for the moment in Indiana, but yeah, if it starts sprouting up there, it's going to head our way here into the greater Coldwater municipality. And we'll be sure to keep an eye on the dark sky, but get those weather alerts on our phones as they proceed from west to east. So the Dave and Diane Kill Central Open, part of the Brunswick Cup, along with the Kremer Roofing Classic last weekend, and this event here with the BowlerStore.com Central Classic, took place in Delphos, Ohio on Wednesday and Thursday. There you see getting into our second stepladder match. A.J. Johnson warming up. He battled Hayden Hale in that stepladder match. Winner of that match was going to battle the top seed, Brett Lloyd, and both bowlers came out striking a bunch. As you're going to see the first 5 shots the players threw. 2 strikes for A.J. Johnson and 3 strikes for Hayden Hale. And Hale ends up taking the early lead in the match as A.J. Johnson stepped up in the 3rd frame, went high, left the 3-pin, and then uncharacteristically on a 36-foot Ballard pattern, never had the ball wrinkle back to the 3-pin. Didn't let him shake him too much, though, as he struck in the 4th and 5th. Basically got himself back to even in the match, a slight 3-pin advantage. After carrying that strike in the 6th frame, then Hayden Hale stepped up in the 6th frame, put it in the ditch. A.J. Johnson said, hey, hold my beer. Well, you can't drink beer while you're in your PBA jersey, but you get what I'm saying. As Johnson guttered in the 7th frame, but Johnson came back, spared it up. Huge spare here for Hale on the super washout in his 8th frame. There you see basically making it 2-pin advantage, A.J. Johnson going into the final 2 frames. Big break for Hale, trips out the 2-8-10. Not flustered at all. A.J. Johnson flirting with that gutter one more time on the Ballard pattern. Gets 10 back and then uncharacteristically puts the death grip on the ball. Misses the head pin left on that flat part of the Ballard pattern in the middle. Starts left, stays left, and doesn't get the spare. Means Hayden Hale just has to get a mark in the 10th frame, and he'll advance to Brett Lloyd. A little quick out of the hand. Leaves the 2-pin, and then unbelievably leaves the ball to the right of the 2-pin, misses the spare, and hands the match to A.J. Johnson. And Johnson went on to face Brett Lloyd in the championship match after their 194-192 victory. We'll get you the details and show you the highlights of that championship match during Game 5 of the squad. And we'll also give you a Brunswick Cup points update after we show you that championship match highlights. weather this summer has just been so bizarre. So bizarre all over the world. I mean, wildfires out west, wildfires in Canada, flooding around here. Then you go to Alaska, and near the Arctic Circle, it's 70 degrees. They have heat advisories because it's 70 degrees because it usually doesn't get above 50 in the Arctic Circle. They have to warn people to keep themselves cool because they're used to it being no more than 50 degrees outside. It's a weird summer weather, no doubt about that. Let's check in on Burton and Benninghoff on 5 and 6. Burton, your double A, Benninghoff, your double B on your lane 6 scoreboard. Both clean through their first 6 frames. Both players with a double in their first 6 frames. Let's check in on lanes 1 through 4. Parav, Dudek, Likori, and Wehrman. A, B, double A, double B, respectively, on 1 and 2. McCune, Pula, Lamond, Moore, A through double B, on 3 and 4. Mentioned Lamond, currently sitting at plus 45. Leading C squad, a little slower pace than what B squad picked up during games 4 and 5, and then things started declining again, except for Ethan Fiore in game 6 all the way through. Fiore 300, but then he came back in game 7 with a 163. McCune, 135 in the 7th. Put his strike up in the 9th, give him 175 in the 8th, as he's trying to make his way back into the plus. Kuhn currently sitting at minus 30 on games of 227, 190, and then 153. And that'll have to be remarked for Parav, as that bounced out of the gutter. That'll be an open frame. Lamond looking to pile another strike on here. Gets the 4 to go, can't get the 9 to go. Still get the 224, still sitting in solid shape. See what BJ Moore can do here. I think this week was the 7th anniversary of his first PBA Tour win in Wilmington, North Carolina, part of an Xtra frame / flow bowling tour that this event here in Coldwater was also a part of pre-pandemic for a national tour title. BJ Moore sitting at plus 19 after his first 3 games. 171, 235, and 213 are his scores. Oh, it's pretty cool in here. I walked in this morning, it was 63 degrees, and the AC has been going all day. So the concerns about sticky approaches, especially with wood approaches here, not synthetic, in Coldwater, yeah, pretty much has been a non-issue for 98% of the players. Every once in a while, you might see a footwork issue, as Lamond needed the 75-foot lane to get to the head pin. Unfortunately for Craig, all lanes in play here at Pla-Mor Lanes are of the USBC regulated 60-foot foul line to head pin variety. I know last week in Minster, I mean, they kept really good work with the approaches there, and it was hot and steamy last weekend, not just steamy. And there weren't a ton of issues with sliding there. If you have synthetic approaches, yeah, in the center, yeah, quality maintenance is needed day after day to make sure you don't evolve into a over-sticking or over-sliding issue, especially if the humidity all of a sudden in your center after it gets heated up in the winter, drops down to like 4%, and your approaches can turn into ice rinks. Any center that converts synthetic lanes from wood and leaves the wood approaches, oh, they are definitely heroes of mine. So your lane movement between Game 4 and Game 5, just a pair to the right for the players. So the players you see here on 3 and 4, they'll go over to the feed on 5 and 6. Players in 15 and 16 are going to move down to 1 and 2. We'll give you a 4-game scoring update. We'll talk a little bit about the Brunswick Cup. We'll talk a little bit about the championship match from Delphus this past Thursday. Of course, last weekend, if you missed any of the live streaming from Minster, it's all archived on the 10 on the Deck page. Just look for the Kramer Roofing Classic playlist, and topping it off is the Stepladder Finals. You can watch that great battle between E.J. Tackett and Ethan Fiore that had Tackett walking out with the title. We're definitely going to see Ethan Fiore tomorrow. Odds are E.J. Tackett is going to be on the outside looking in after a couple of rough games late in his block as he tried to mount a comeback after a slow start. Game 5 coming up next. We've reached the halfway point here for the BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Extra Pair C Squad qualifying. I'm $2 Phil Bryla. Thanks everybody for joining us late into a Saturday evening to see what 32 players will be advancing to tomorrow's elimination rounds. That'll start at 11 a.m. We'll get down to our top 4 after 9 games of elimination rounds. And once we have our 17-game totals, those top 4 players will be seated into a stepladder beginning at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll crown that champion and the big $10,000 check that goes with it probably right around 6 p.m. to 6:15 tomorrow.
Felt like it looked good. Yeah, I thought that was really good too. I guess they're just like probably lost it too far. Still, yeah. That was the exact same thing that happened against the last.
Let's start you off here on lanes 1 through 4 in Game 5. Koigen, Coker, Gear, Source, your A, B, AA, B, respectively on 1 and 2. Parav, Dudek, Likori, Weirman, A, B, AA, B on 3 and 4. We'll get you the halfway point scoring update for C Squad. We'll start comparing scoring pace here and try to predict what the actual cut number for 8 games will be. We know it's going to be in the negative. Never surprised that happens here in Coldwater. It's just a matter of how far into the negative. That number will be. We'll get following back up with the leaders after we get those C Squad Game 4 scores calculated, verified, and re-verified by PBA Central Regional Manager Bobby Jekyll. Tell you what, Bobby Jekyll has done a phenomenal job the last 8 days on site and then the days of preparation beforehand, working with the host centers, getting everything running smooth, and it has been glass the last 8 days between practice sessions, competition sessions, awards presentations. It's been pretty darn good, and Bobby Jekyll's been busting tail to get it done. I think Bobby on Monday afternoon after he gets home, he may sleep till Thursday. I know after doing back-to-back weekends of 3 squad Saturdays, championship Sundays, and then going back home to take care of the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series on Wednesday night at Country Lanes, Franklin, Wisconsin, coming back down here. Yeah, I'm going to get home Monday afternoon, and I'm going to sleep till Tuesday night, I think. Oh, well, let's go with Tuesday night. So this being the final event of the Brunswick Cup, let's get you the recap of what happened in event number 2. We've already seen the first 2 stepladder matches. Let's bring you into the stepladder finals. The championship match, Brett Lloyd, there you see him warming up before the match. He's your defending champion here in Coldwater, trying to get the win in Delphus on Thursday. And coming out of the gates, A.J. Johnson caught fire. Brett Lloyd had some problems getting all 10 down on the first ball. Didn't have that problem in the first frame, but it really started to pile on after that. You see some flat 10s. You see some shots come high and leave splits. And A.J. Johnson was doing okay. Yep, gutter ball once again. Second time in the stepladder he had that happen. Guts it back up, 10 back for the spare in the second frame, and then follows it up. Gets back to striking. Sure, he lost 20 pins with the spare between the strikes, but now keep it going. Fourth frame strike and the beverage frame here. Put another one on the board. Gets out to a big lead early on Brett Lloyd. And they'll watch Lloyd leave another single pin in the fifth frame. There you see the difference. Johnson up by 33 early, and it didn't get any better for Brett Lloyd. A.J. Johnson then sixth frame, just stretched that out into a 4-bagger. Runs into trouble in the seventh frame, though. 10-pin, and then misses it again. A second single-pin miss in the stepladder for Johnson, but then he steps up, ninth frame. And with that strike, he knew he just needed to count in the 10th frame if Brett Lloyd struck out in the 9th and 10th. And guess what Brett Lloyd did? Struck in the 9th. There you see 37 pins the difference. And with striking out, A.J. Johnson will only have to get 7 and 2 balls to win. Well, Lloyd goes bingo, bango, and bongo in the 10th. And even though Brett Lloyd put up a 200 game in the stepladder, not going to be enough. There you see A.J. Johnson keeps it down the middle, knowing he only needed 7 in 2 shots, gets 8. Ends up putting 213 on the board. Hugs and handshakes, and there you're going to see Kevin Kill give A.J. the trophy, and A.J. had some special words for someone.
All the craziness that happened with these 2 matches, I really think that someone near and dear to our heart, who we just recently lost, was was watching over, and
I have no idea.
was helping out a friend even when he couldn't. And this one's for you, Jacob. I love you, buddy. You're gonna be missed so much by all of us, and I'm sorry I couldn't make it to your friends and family gathering of everyone and your celebration of life. But this one's for you, buddy. I love you, Jacob.
And there you see AJ receiving the trophy. And here is the Brunswick Cup points list. Now, AJ missed the event in Minster, so he's not eligible for the Brunswick Cup. And with 70 entries in Minster, still want to be on this points list. Ethan Priori leading your points list. EJ Tackett probably not going to stay in the top 4, with most likely missing the cut here. But Hayden Hale, Graham Fott, Patrick Dombrowski, Sam DeWitt, Brett Lloyd, Ethan McDonald, all with a chance to try to get up into that top 4. As we get back to live action on 5 and 6, Kevin McCune, your A, Connor Pula, your B, Craig Lamond, your double A, BJ Moore working on the front 4, your double B, Burris, Boer, Burton, Benninghoff on 7 and 8, your A through double B respectively. Benninghoff, your double B, open in 2 strikes here in Game 5. Benninghoff, your C squad leader at plus 70. Craig Lamont next door at plus 55 in second. Braden Malash third at plus 39. Isaiah Shannon fourth, plus 29. BJ Moore fifth, plus 27. Jeff Mann sixth at plus 21. That's it. 6 players at a 200 average or better, as Ryan Burton's fallen to minus 3. Trevor Parov to minus 9. Kevin McCune climbs to minus 10. And Noah Samuels is at minus 15. Right now, currently on C Squad, the cut to 32nd position is Aiden Fellows. Chandler Stevens tied for 31st and 32nd at minus 22. If there does happen to be a tie for the final advancing position, we're not staying live for it. We'll give you some highlights and some information tomorrow morning when we come back for the advancers round at 11 a.m. Eastern time. But we will not be live streaming that roll-off. And if some C squad bowlers start falling backwards, like Samuels, Stevens, and Fellows. Anthony Lacaze minus 29. Brandon Flora minus 29. Noel Vega minus 35. Might have an outside chance of crawling in, but there's still some C squad players with LaCory at minus 24, Pula at minus 31. And Coker at minus 46 that could do some climbing into the top 32. We got almost 4 full games to have that play out. So the string ends at 5. BJ Moore, as he's trying to climb into the top half of the field. Well, the top half of the cut number. I like that. Rip Van Rez. I wish I could put 5 tabs on what I'm doing here. Unfortunately, I have 5 teeny tiny little screens on my switching software I have to look at. So I have to kind of juggle all that, talk, and everything else. So, but yeah, it's cool that you do that. It's cool that you're able to do that with the YouTube feeds here. Follow all the action. Follow if somebody's getting a big score, but there's a lot of players out there who just, like we saw there for the Days of Austin, just want to watch Jeff Mann. Because tonight he is a man among men here at the PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. Apologize for that right there, everyone. But I'm 20 games into commentary today, and I still got 4 more to go. We'll see how much my voice holds out, along with my mentality. Mike Jakubowski, good old Mike J. Laneside, he used to say when people would give him a critique, and he'd see it on social media, he'd say, "You're more than welcome to try to come in the booth and accurately and effectively call 24 games of bowling in one day and see how easy it is." Nobody ever took Mike up on that offer for some reason. Pula trying to climb into the top 32. How about it? Spike that 10-pin down. Still get the 227 this game. But get a double, stay clean the rest of the way out, get the 2-0, and that's not a bad score either. Wooten 812, is that Mr. George Wooten? Phenomenal bowling writer and gentleman. Good to see you in the chat, Mr. Wooten. I know I've been a little rough on the can't use the term leadership anymore, on some of the people at the National Bowling Media Association. You're not one of them. You've always been respectful and looking to move things forward in bowling. I wish I could say that about all members of the International Bowling Media Association Executive Board, but that's something we'll get into sometime off air. Because I can name a few bowling writers that are still IBMA members, and I can't name a damn single bowling live streamer that wants to be a part of that organization. That's just a shame. Hayden Bauer, come on, there you go. That's house carry right there for Hayden. He already had 13 hours in today before he started bowling here, managing the center at Pla-Mor. I mean, it's all hands on deck this weekend with the employees and management staff. I don't think Rick and Linus Hardings have slept since Tuesday. But it's going to be good catching up with them. I've said 3 sentences to both of them today, 2 of them being You guys are awesome. But can't wait to catch up with them tomorrow night after the Champions festivities on the patio. Spelled PATTY-O as Patty Hardings, Rick's wife. A little play on her name, the Patty-O. So we're going to stay in this pair the rest of the game since we have our top two on the squad, Lamond and Benninghoff, next door to each other. You see Lamond get ready to step up on lane 6. Plus, BJ Moore having a pretty solid game, trying to continue his move up the standings. And Ryan Burton was doing pretty well at this point, just one open offsetting a turkey. Is he going to get the 7 to fall? No, he doesn't. And now he's going to max out at 218 this game, and he needs to get back up into the positive. So Benioff pacing 2-0. Can't get the 4 to trip. Get the 224 maximum. And once again, right now for Benninghoff, right now for Lamont, 2-0 scores are not a bad thing here in Coldwater. With this scoring pace, as we mentioned, Benninghoff over 100 up on the cut number right now. Lamont 85 up on the cut number. Well, 77 up on the cut number. And this is the point in time we get in the game 6, 7, and 8 past squads today. The cuts moved backwards. You have players like Chandler Stevens, Aiden Fellows, Nate Samuels, Kevin McCune. Within 15 pins of the cut number, and it's moving backwards. They are really going to have their work cut out for them to stay in the cut number. Going to require some definite games of 200 and above to make it to tomorrow for those players. BJ Moore rings up the 10 pin. But he's overcome a slow start, 171 to start, but he followed up with 235, 213, and 208. Put another above 200 game on the board for BJ Moore this game. Kevin McCune making a rise in the standings with a 225 here in Game 5. Your movement between Game 5 and Game 6 is a big move. The players you see here on 5 and 6, they're going to move to 11 and 12. 7 and 8 move to 13 and 14. And put your hand up in the air for Benninghoff. That's a 5-pin. Nobody? Nobody in the building? Come on. Somebody at home might be. I got my hand up in the booth. I mean, it counts. If you miss a 5-pin worldwide, do you have to buy for the entire world? That is the question. I mean, I can see it from here. My booth's behind lanes 3 and 4, but I can look out and see the 5-pin on lane 8. Also see it on my monitor. And at this point in time of the evening, I'm not above entertaining myself, and I'm not above taking a free beverage. So hands in the air, everyone at home. I got mine up here. See, there's my hand. And Benninghoff makes it, and watch the hand go down and away. All right, player movement. As we said, these players on 5 and 6 moving to 11 and 12, 7 and 8 moving to 13 and 14. So skip 2 pairs, line on 3rd. Follow your favorite player on all the pair feeds. I'm going to go refresh my beverage now that I have to buy it. Hopefully you get a chance to refresh yours at home or wherever you may be watching us. Thanks for joining us here in Coldwater, Ohio. Pla-Mor Lane celebrating their 50th anniversary this year and the 18th annual BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra pair rolls on. Elimination rounds start tomorrow at 11 a.m. Stepladder 5 p.m. We'll crown that champion and give him that big $10,000 first place check after the conclusion of the stepladder.
You can get vegetables.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good angle.
No. I can't eat anything.
Want sip? Need a wider bowling ball. A wider one?
Hey, good news. The waiters and all the workers love me. Apparently they
Eric
forgot.
kept saying the funny part of that was Eric.
There was 3 white dudes at the bar.
Eric stood up, walked there, went around, and he goes, "Why are you looking at me?" And it was.
You see, I gotta show you my picture. How much time you got? I haven't started yet.
That's gonna be a little bit.
Quit looking at me.
That was the funniest part. I was looking at me. He got Bill, and Eric's like, "Why are you looking at me?"
So stupid. Let's go, baby.
I can't wait for the name to just go fast.
We want to yell hot mama a couple more times, dude.
Yeah. Johnson loved it. We're in, dude. We're in. So what? Got the cereal. Oh, the ball. 5932.
So that means I would have somebody in my hotel.
Oh. She's saying she's the one. She just sent me a break. Why don't you wear a towel on her? So let's see. That's actually pretty funny. I kind of Eric. Wasn't Eric a kid? Yeah. And then text her no and say, I want to go.
So the number thing and like.
No, I sent that to you. I showed it to you.
You've never seen it.
Yes, I did. You were like, I showed it to you last year. I saw it. You said, send that to me. Oh, no, it was Cam.
Yeah, I was like, no, wait.
Yeah, so Cam.
Well, he had a free pass to go down there.
Oh, you're right.
Sometimes, it doesn't matter who opens the door. All that matters is whether or not you are first. Hey, sorry, I had no service.
I like them both. Yeah. Hey, man. Come back. I have a friend. What is me? I was like, all right, I'll do it. You know what's Brandon is babysitting Ryan.
All right, let's get you over to lanes 5 through 8 to kick off game 6 here. On 5 and 6, we have Chandler Stevens, your A. Ken Stricka, your B. Isaiah Shannon, your double A. Braden Malash, your double B. Casey Cohagen, your A. Jared Coker, your B. Zach Gear, your double A. Tom Source, your double B on 7 and 8. We'll get you your 5-game scoring update. We'll see where things stand overall, but one thing I do know, that the 2 bowlers that were live going into game 4 for the Pla-Mor Lanes Omelet Award, Rich Benninghoff and Craig Lamont both shot games above 200 in game 5, so if they can get through the last 3 games, shoot at least 200 each game. Rick and Linus Hardings will buy that bowler the omelet of their choice tomorrow morning, along with hash browns or home fries and the choice of toast. You load enough stuff into that omelet, that's like a $20 value. That's a nice little extra bonus for treating yourself after bowling well the night before. But you have to get all 8 200 games. You have to be done today through A and B squad. Malish having a great evening. Started with 190. He's been consistent. 202, 213, 234, 209. Not too many ups, not too many downs through his 5 games. He's got himself a plus 48. 4th on the squad. Benninghoff still your squad leader. He's down on 13 and 14 this game. We'll join up with him shortly. Plus 72, Lamond on 11 and 12 this game. Plus 70, BJ Moore. On the same pair with Lamont, plus 66. And third on the squad, Malish, plus 48. Kevin McCune making the rise through the standings, as McCune, after a 225 game in game 5, moves McCune into the positive column, plus 15. Jeff Mann, plus 13. McCune's on the same pair with Lamont and Moore on 15 and 16. Jeff Mann on 15 and 16 this game. I'm sorry. McCune, Lamont, and Moore on 11 and 12. Isaiah Shannon rounds out the bowlers in the positive at plus 7.
We met the owner's daughter last year. Yeah, we're like, see, next year she's not here though. Yeah.
So 7 bowlers on C squad at a 200 average or better. But hanging tough, Trevor Parav, minus 17. Chandler Stevens, minus 27. And we've had some bowlers fall out. As Noah Samuels and Aiden Fellows both fell out, that moves Anthony Lacaz at minus 28 and Brandon Flora at minus 29. Dead scores from A squad into the top 32. Right now the cut for 32nd place is Ryan Burton. Burton rolling right now on 13 and 14. Let's get down there as he's stepping up, trying to convert a 4-7. Burton minus 31. He was our leader after 2. Came out of the gates pretty solid. 237, 210, and it's been a struggle since. 163, 187, 172. Dropping to minus 31. If Burton falls back, or Chandler Stevens falls back, or Parav falls back farther into the minus, Noel Vega at minus 35, waiting to get in. Same for Mossberger, trying to get in. Mossberger minus 37. And there's just so many bowlers on C squad that they would have to have full disasters the last 3 games for, let's see here, take a look. How many spots is Tackett out right now? Tackett is 7 spots out. Braden Malash at plus 48 would have to fall back. Malash would have to lose almost 100 pins to plus in 3 games to fall behind E.J. Tackett. And then have all the bowlers behind Malash with McCune, Mann, Shannon, Parav, Stevens, Burton, all fall back as well. Don't see that happening one bit.
It made you look so small. I don't know how to describe it.
I told you, wider square ball.
Square ball? Square ball's one of his.
I'll tell you, this is a hard game. These guys make it look pretty easy.
Well, you have to be like do the same thing over and over and over.
Muscle memory.
It's like I think like pitching in baseball and like this. Same thing. You have to do it the same as
And golf is the same. I mean, golf is a lot like you got to do everything and it's nothing.
yeah, you can have I mean, mid swing you have a weird thought and it's over.
Like you get 2 steps into your delivery and all of a sudden something else pops in your head.
Yeah.
You're fucking.
It's 12 months away. It's over.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Just saw Noel Vega. Vega bowled on B squad. He's at minus 35. He's the first out right now. They go, what do you think your odds of getting in are? He goes, I'd probably put it at about 70%, knowing how players have struggled and fallen back on earlier squads. And I'd have to agree with Mr. Vega. He's got a pretty good chance to get in. I mean, there's enough players within 40 pins of him with 3 games to go. Isaiah Shannon +7, Trevor Parov -17, Chandler Stevens -27, Ryan Burton -31. No guarantee those players are going to shoot 600 for their next 3 games. No guarantee that one of them won't shoot 500 or 510 for 3 games and then fall back behind Vegas. So, yeah, I got to kind of agree with Noel. He had a big finish to close the last game. Didn't give up. Struck in the 9th and 10th frames of his 8th game of qualifying. I thought he was just having a little bit of fun because it put him on the scoreboard, on the leaderboard ahead of EJ Tackett. But Vegas struggled all day. I mean, listen to these first 5 games. 170, 161, 190, 197, 152. Then he found something in Game 6 for 277. 200 in Game 7, and like I said, the big finish for the 218 in Game 8. Got him back to -35, and he's looking pretty good right now getting into the action tomorrow. Problem is, behind 16th place, he's going to have to make up about 100 pins in 4 games at the rate it's going to try to get into the round of 16, but it can be done. We've seen it done.
Go, boom. He's running, like, he said he feels like he can hang, you know what I mean?
As we enter a 22nd game of coverage here today
You're a young buck, man. Second year. You're a rookie still.
in this BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. Thanks again to BowlerStore.com for being our game graphic sponsor of the last 2 live stream events. The Kremer Roofing Classic in Minster, Ohio last week at Community Lanes, and this week here at Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater. And don't forget, your fall league season is going to be upon you before you know it. And get all the supplies you need to get your fall league season off to a great start at BowlerStore.com. Browse the web pages, order what you need, and if you really need it in a hurry, they can even get it to you in as fast as 1 business day for a slight additional cost. Check them out tonight after we're done, or check them out tomorrow morning while you're eating your breakfast. BowlerStore.com.
I know. Because I wasn't looking at you guys. It's right at me like I was crazy. Are you looking at me? So that was like a real. Yeah. I was like, stop. That was the biggest part about the whole entire day. Both arms are white. Your head is not hitting the ground. Why are you hitting me?
Take a peek in with Lamont. Second on the squad, +70, just 2 pins behind Benninghoff. And Lamont just rolling along right now. 5 games all over 200 for Lamont. Get the +70, high game of 223. Game 3, low game 204 in the opening game. And on solid start here for the first 4 frames, double spare strike, and now a tough spare conversion with having that 9-pin. We've seen that 9 left a lot today on the spare attempt after players have left it on the first ball. Oh, next door. Women just showing Lamont how to get it done. And Lamont follows perfectly. And once again, boy, you make a mistake here in Coldwater. Most of the time it's not a single pin. Lane 7, 2 pins left. Lane 8, 3 pins left. Lane 12, 3 pins left. Lane 15, 2 pins left. Lane 16, at least 2 pins left. Anybody that throws a clean game should get a patch.
So who paid for the shirt? You guys paid for him, or did he pay? There you go. Yeah. I'm rooting for him too.
BJ Moore with the steady rise up the standings after a slow start, 171 the opening game. It's followed with 235, 213, 208, 239. And gets a little bit back with striking in the 5th after that 4th frame open. McCune's making the climb as well. McCune up to plus 15. Will you continue that rise? Started off pretty solid, 227, 190, but game 3 bit him. 153, bounced back with 220 and 225. It's Dad Eugene here with him tonight, doing a little moral support, a little pointing out some idiosyncrasies here and there. Always good to see Eugene off the lanes. Usually most of the time I see him, it's at PBA 50 events. Don't really get a chance to yap with him much. Had a chance to exchange some pleasantries earlier as the 9-pin goes for McCune and a 3-bagger now on the board. Weirman's got to have a wrist made of rubber. Wow, he really gets through that shot in a unique position at the bottom of his swing. And now, unfortunately for Weirman, he's staring at trying to convert a 3, 4, 6, and 7. Check back in on Bennington and Burton. There you see Burton. Score sheet clean through 6 for the man on the bubble. Bennington clean with a double. As Benninghoff, pardon me, tries to keep climbing up the leaderboard.
That last shot, okay, that was me. Like, I've only got like 4.
You see BJ Moore can't trip the 4, so no double in the 6th. For the man from Pennsylvania, great toss there by Benninghoff. Keep the dream of the Sunday morning omelet alive.
There you go. Listen to your coach. Listen to your
Taking a look around and just nobody's really setting him on fire here in game number 6, except for Kevin McCune. Now working on a 4-bagger. Boy, if McCune can get to 268 here in this game. That'll really put a charge up the leaderboard for him and get him towards being pretty safe for tomorrow. Let's take a peek over next door. We do have a hot hand here. Stepping up with Zach Greer. Greer looking to get in the 250s. And Gear can't get it done. First ball at 10th frame, but Gear's minus 119 through 5. Now maxing out in the 230s. Yeah, he's still going to be 80 out with 2 to go. Can he get there? Sure, he's just going to need to throw 2 more games similar to what he has here, and he has to do it in games 7 and 8 of a block on a chewed up 42-foot Earl Anthony pattern on a tough lane surface in Coldwater. I put Gear's odds at about 75 to 1 on that happening. Not saying it can't be done, but it is a long shot for that to happen. So Benioff finding some problems here. In game 6, 2 opens, no doubles for Benninghoff. Through 7 frames, maxing out at 212, so we may lose another. Oh, I'm sorry, that is not Benninghoff. I apologize. Burton's just having a conversation down here. Benninghoff's getting ready to step up on 13. Or on 14, not on 10. Oh, trouble for McCune. There's Benninghoff. He's clean with a double through a bunch, and now, hey, gets a break. Take the 9 out. I saw the bowler. I didn't look at the lanes at the end of it. I just looked at the bowler and then the scoreboard. Oh, there's Ryan Burton. He's bowling with Benninghoff. Oh, yeah. Wrong pair. I can't wait to see something bounce on this. Come on, Kevin. Oh, and Nuke chops the 6 off the 9. Still a good game. Can still get the 248. No, he's not happy at the moment after that last shot. Benninghoff with the chop. And now he's going to need a double in there somewhere to keep throwing 200 games on the board. We may lose another eligible Omelet Award bowler here in game 6. Benninghoff, Lamond, the only 2 players that have been above 200 for each of their first 5 games. And that string may end for Benninghoff. barring a double, whether it's ninth and first one in the 10th or a spare in the 9th and a double in the 10th. And then, of course, solid counts are going to be needed as well. Well, it breaks up to 4-7-9, but that ball reaction from McCune now getting a little intense the last 10 feet. This Earl Anthony pattern has definitely been abused for almost 6 games here on C Squad, and it's got 2 more games of abuse left in it. Problem is, the pattern's abused, and the bowlers are going to be abused by it. Let's get back to Burton. Burton, the man on the number right now after 6 games at minus 31. And if he can strike out here, he'll get back to the positive. He has a chance for 235. Lamont in the same boat that Benninghoff is for the Omelet Award. Needs to find a double here somewhere. Double here right now goes a long way. Foundation frame. Stepping out because he likes it. And he gets the 4 to roll on the light hit. And we could have our latest eligible player. We didn't get past game 5 in A squad. We didn't get past game 4 on B squad. And we could have a chance for a player to get into game 7. Looking for that courtesy omelet tomorrow morning for all 8 games over 200. BJ Moore looking for 234. And if he gets there, he'd be at exactly plus 100. Ryan Burton took a re-rack on lane 14. We'll get over to Ryan as he's trying to get back into the positive. Pula minus 56. And a game like he's throwing right now isn't going to help get him back towards the plus. Burton did get the first strike in the 10th frame. McCune first ball, 10th frame. No witnesses to that assault left on the pin deck. Lamont needs good count on a mark in the 10th frame to put another 200 on the board. Well, there's good count. Now he needs the mark. Burton comes up a bit high, but 223 We'll move him back to just -8, move him up the leaderboard a bit, and give him a little breathing room over the cut number to try to get into tomorrow's competition. First time all day the graphics department's made an error. It's been a long day for them. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the graphics department. I'm your commentator, your producer, your director, your YouTube screener, your chat monitor, your camera operator, you name it, we're doing it here for you. In the PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair, just 2 games remaining on C Squad. We will see what the cut number will be in 2 more games. We'll see what 32 players are advancing to tomorrow's competition. And it's starting to look like Kevin McCune is going to be one of those as he bounces back from an errant shot in the 8th frame and going to close out and get to a possible 218 with the fill ball in the 10th remaining. Your player moved from Game 7 to Game 8. Skip a pair land on the 2nd. So the people you see here on 13 and 14 with Benninghoff and company, they're going to move down to 1 and 2. McCune, Lamont and company going to be moving to 15 and 16. There you saw Lamont strike on lane 12. So the only bowler remaining with a chance for an omelet, Craig Lamont, with 2 games to go. Will he get there? We'll find out. Just 2 games remaining here on C Squad as we get to the nitty gritty. Figure out who our top 32 advancing to tomorrow will be. We'll get you the 6-game scoring update once our last couple of pairs finish their 10th frame. Our great volunteers here are gathering scores at Pla-Mor. We'll get those back to Bobby Jekyll, ASAP. Our Central Regional Manager has been doing a phenomenal job last 8 days, making sure scores are turned around and out for the bowlers and fans to pay attention to and see where they're at in the standings in a very timely fashion. And on lanes 9 and 10 here in Game 7, Stevens, Stricka, Shannon, and Malash. Your A through double B, respectively. A, B, double A, double B. As you see, Malash getting ready to step up in his double B position. 11 and 12. Koigan, your A. Coker, your B. Gear, your double A. Source, your double B. As we roll on. Everybody make your bowling wish. It's 11-11. That magical time. So still a few regionals remaining of the standard variety. Through the end of August. Other regionals going on this weekend in the South region. It's the Royal Lanes FEC at Goose Creek, South Carolina with the PBA CNS Automotive Goose Creek Open. That event, their qualifying is completed. And it should surprise no one that Dick Allen, a previous champion here in Coldwater, is keeping everything a little closer to home nowadays. And Allen leading that event after qualifying today. In the Northwest, the PBA Northwest Dave Houston Open at historic Milwaukee Bowl. Still have the wood lanes there after almost 70 years of being open. And Josh Blanchard, no longer a PBA member, as he's a sales representative for Cubica AMF, does a lot with their new string pin setters and other things a bowling center may require for upgrades, such as the Neoverse wall that we saw last week in Minster, Ohio. Blanchard leading Jordan Jung and Caitlin Abagania. Abagania plus 84, averaging 210 on the day. But Josh Blanchard dominating qualifying with a 226 average. He has almost a 90-pin lead over Jung and a 128-pin lead over Abaganya. Good to see Josh Blanchard back on the lanes. I still remember when he won a title. The first time they had the main event as part of the PBA League at Bayside Bowl in Portland, Maine, that 64-player bracket, and he was bowling his one spot, had error, and then Josh decided, hey, I got nothing to lose. I just won playing it straight in Europe. Let me get out to the one board and play it real straight up the fronts here at Portland, and he just dominated the competition, taking home that title for the first main event. That was a fun one to watch, and fun one to be a part of the crew on an Xtra frame. Tomorrow, there's a one-day PBA 50 regional at Dave Small's Victory Lanes, the Victory Lanes Zello Gear Midwest Central Open for our PBA 50 players. That'll be happening at the same time we'll be bowling our elimination and stepladder rounds here. And out east, the PBA 50 Jordan Lanes Open. In Whitehall, Pennsylvania at Jordan Lanes. And your leader in that event, for that PBA 50 event, Ryan Schaefer, qualifying at almost 234 average. Boy, that's a man that should be in the PBA Hall of Fame. With a great career he had, the first thing I thought of after Jacob Buttreff's passing is that, boy, I hope they don't wait and they can make some kind of exception with Butters passing away so early in life, with having 8 titles, that maybe they can make an exception and get him in the PBA Hall of Fame. The Veterans Committee should be voting Ryan Schaefer into the PBA Hall of Fame. I mean, one of the top 20 money winners of all time for Schaefer. All the TV appearances he made, through one PBA 300 that was official and another unofficial in an exhibition on television. Ryan didn't have the personality that a lot of people may have agreed with some of his views, but you know what? When you're doing your talking, when you're bowling ball in the lanes, that's all that should matter. And there's some things I haven't seen eye to eye on with Ryan Schaefer when it comes to things outside of bowling, but guess what? I don't give a darn about that other stuff when it comes to the PBA Hall of Fame. I hope that the Veterans Committee sooner than later votes in Ryan Schaefer to become a PBA Hall of Fame member. So we're peeking in on here because we have Ryan Burton making a charge back up the leaderboard. We have Rich Benninghoff. He's your bowler B on lane 2. Starting with a double. Benninghoff just fell out of the omelet award possibility with a sub 200 game in game number 6. And Craig Lamond, the only player remaining in the field with a chance at an omelet tomorrow morning. Open in a double through 3. All right, we should have our 6-game scoring update coming across the wire. And we do. Once again, the live scoring link pinned to the top of your chat. The game-by-game scoring updates. BJ Moore, now your leader here on C-Squad, plus 87. Lamont, second, plus 72. As his 202 game in Game 6 keeps him Omelet Award eligible. The only player in the field left with that possibility. Benninghoff drops to third at plus 54. Braden Malash. 205 in Game 6 moves him to plus 53. Kevin McCune. 217 gets McCune to plus 32. Isaiah Shannon plus 30. And then we get into the negatives. Jeff Mann minus 4. Mann drops after a 183 game. Ryan Burton moves up to minus 8 after his 223 we caught at the end of during that game. And now Chandler Stevens in 31st overall, with A and B having 8 games to their plus or minus totals, and C having 6. Stevens at minus 30, just 5 pins up on the dead score. Noel Vega off of B Squad. Vega currently the number at minus 35, but Aiden Fellows here on C Squad just 1 pin behind. Noah Samuels 4 pins behind. Trevor Parav 5 pins behind. And it's a long way back. Christian LaCory 71 out. So Fellows, Samuels, and Parav are going to have to start finding some 200 games to try to get back in, knock Vega back out. And Mann, Burton, and Stevens can't afford to find anything too negative on their score sheets because they could fall right back out behind the number. So BJ Moore, another solid start to this game after a rough start, pardon me. A solid recovery as BJ Moore went open and now has 3 in a row to try to get back to a 200 pace for this game. There you see McCune in front of the ball return. We saw that with Ethan Fiore. A good chunk of the second half of B Squad today. And McCune gets them all to go for a double, offsetting that first frame open. And Lamont gets them all to go, so 93 in the 5th, sparing the 6th as he's chasing the omelet. Oh, huge break there for Lamont. 6 and 10 fall late. Well, Burton got himself off the number in game 6. Now looking to charge further up the standings here in game 7. Spare double to start this 7th game. Benninghoff, he's your double B. Burton, your double A. '89 pins up on the number. Even though Benninghoff working on an open in the 4th, he'd have to have full disaster. His remaining 16 frames to fall all the way back out. And Lamont. .111 in the 6th. Pacing 191 if you were to go strike, spare off the sheet. So once again, Lamont's going to need a double in there if he wants to get some free breakfast tomorrow morning. We'll run down and take a peek at Benninghoff as he's going to step up here in the 5th frame. Ball going down lane. Ball takes all 10 down. Strike on the board after the open. BJ Moore, errant shot in the 6th, left a 1-2-10 washout, picked it up. Now right back in the pocket. And Burton back in the pocket. So these players that are decently inside the number right now with 15 frames or so remaining. Take care of business. Let's check on Chandler Stevens. Stevens on 9 and 10. Peek back there. Yeah, Stevens is your bowler A. It's minus 30. He has a 6-pin cushion over the number right now. First man out, Aiden Fellows, minus 36. Stevens, a double and clean. Pacing 2-0 here in game 7. Aiden Fellows over on 5 and 6. Let's see if we can peek in on Fellows. He's your bowler A. And he's trying to climb past the dead score of Vega. He's 1 pin behind Vega at minus 36. And Fellows 2 spares and a following 3-bagger. He's your bowler A on the scoreboard on lane 5. So Fellows looking to knock Vega back outside. Stevens looking to climb past. And then can Noel Samuels get something going and possibly drop Brandon Flora back out? Samuels, he's your bowler A on lane 7. There you see facing the 1, 3, and 9. Opening double and a spare on the board for Samuels. Samuels just 4 pins behind Vega, just 9 pins behind Stevens, and 10 pins behind Flora. Let's get down and check in on Trevor Parav. You see Parav in 13 and 14. He's your bowler A. Lots of bowler A's near that cut number. And Parav pacing 193 currently. That's not going to help him because he's sitting back at minus 40, and he really needs to throw a big game in Game 8, finish Game 7 strong to have a chance to get past Brandon Flora in the standings. So McCune still with a chance for 228. Add 28 to his plus again to plus 60. It would get him up near the top 16. It's a nice place to be going into tomorrow because you're going to bowl 4 additional games, tack on that score to the 8 games from today. And then the top 16 will advance further into the event. And Lamont needs a double in the 10th for eggs. Anything less, he actually needs to go double in 9 to get to 200 even. Double in 8, he'd be at 199. We saw Patrick Dombrowski during A squad. Greek Church on a fill ball to try to keep himself omelet eligible. And yeah, putting a 197 on the board. So your player movement going into the final game, it's pretty simple. It's just that single pair of the rights of the players you see on 15 and 16. They'll make the move down to 1 and 2. Everybody else just shifts one pair over. And it's going to be down the wire to see who our top 32 will be tomorrow. And a lot of pressure in Game 8 for some players out here on C-Squad. That will be for sure. Guy, it looks like he's not feeling any pressure right now. B.J. Moore just keeps rolling it nicely here on this 42-foot Earl Anthony pattern. Player movement, Game 8 coming up next. Thanks, everybody, for staying up late with us here in Coldwater, Ohio. As we have a single game remaining on C-Squad for this PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. Thanks again to BowlerStore.com for sponsoring our game graphic the last couple of weeks. Thanks to the Davidson family from Community Lanes in Minster, the Kill family from Delphus Recreation Center, and the Hardings family here in Coldwater at Pla-Mor Lanes for everything they've done for the PBA players over the last 9 days and for bringing us back to this area year after year for some great competition. And we'll start you off with our 8th and final game on C Squad, our 24th game of coverage on the 10 of the Deck YouTube channel today of this PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra pair. Get you the 7-game scoring update for C Squad. We'll see where everybody stands in comparison to A and B as we're going to cut to our top 32 players for tomorrow. And those 32 players will come back 11 a.m. Eastern time to bowl 4 games in that round. Pinfall carries over from today. Then we'll cut to our top 16. Bowl 3 more games, cut to 8. Bowl 2 more games, cut to the top 4 for the step ladder. Seed them 1 through 4. That step ladder begins 5 p.m. Eastern time, and by about 6:15 Eastern, after our step ladder is completed, we will know who our bowlerstore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair champion is going to be. And they'll receive a nice trophy and a big check for $10,000. Stretch off here with his final game coverage on lanes 13 through 16. Parav, who's fighting to get into the number. He's your bowler A, Dudek, your B, Corey, your double A, Weirman, your double B. Over on 15 and 16. I'm sorry, that is 15 and 16. Apologies. Over on 13 and 14, Koigan, your A, Coker, your B. Gear, your double A. Source, your double B. We'll get you back down to our leader after 6, BJ Moore. If you want to start watching him now, he's down to lanes 1 and 2. Moore crossing with McCune, Lamond, and Pula. Lamond second on the squad after 6, and McCune fifth on the squad after 6. We have one pair that just completed Game 7, so it'll be a couple of minutes until we get that score update. And we'll start following the players that are near the cut number. So let's get you down to our leader on C squad, BJ Moore, and you can see the trouble here for Moore. He whiffed the head pin left on lane 1, and now super wash on lane 2, and only gets 2 on the spare attempt. Moore is your bowler double B, Lamont your double A, McCune your A, and Pula your B. Pula at minus 90. So with Pula's start, he's going to need to be in mandatory strike mode. The rest of the way through, yeah, 24 in the second. Yeah, for it to have any chance. of jumping. That's, yeah, actually minus 90. So with 264, that still wouldn't be enough. Still be in the minus 30 some range. Lemon's got a few pins to play with. As after 6, he was at plus 72, so he's 100 over the cut line. But with having to build on your scores from today, every pin counts. Every mark is huge. And we'll see what Lemon can do to try to bounce back after back-to-back opens. Betting off your double B next door, just getting underway on 3 and 4. Burton, your double A. Bjor, your B. Burris, your A on 3 and 4. Burton with a nice game 6 to climb back. Off of being the number. And we'll see who's sitting on the number right now after our 7th game shortly. Is that going to get back for Lemon? Wow, it came back harder than I expected. And Lemon breaks up the split. Try to end the barrage of open frames he's been facing. So here we go, your 7-game score update. BJ Moore is still your leader on the squad at plus 93. Lemon second at plus 49. Isaiah Shannon up to third, plus 41. Benninghoff fourth, plus 27. McCune 193 drops back to fifth on the squad at plus 25. Still some room to move for McCune. Braden Malash, 167. His first sub-200 game since the opening game today. Drops Malash back to plus 20. Ryan Burton, minus 5. And Chandler Stevens, minus 28. C-Squad bowlers that are inside the number, and the last C-Squad bowler inside the number is actually the number, and that currently is Aiden Fellows at minus 36. Fellows 200 in Game 7 keeps him at that number, but he moves in because Jeff Mann dropped back out. Mann's last 2 games, 187, 165, and now Mann finds himself at minus 39. Trevor Parav's back at minus 51, so we'll check in on Parav in a little bit. Noah Samuels will need a huge effort. minus 61. Christian LaCory minus 68. Zach Gear minus 85. And then, yeah, we're just getting into near impossible territory to try to get back. And that's Bowlers are going to need 250 games, and I just don't see any big starts going out here at the moment. We'll have to take a peek around here. Well, let's go over to 5 through 8. They're just underway. Mann, Miller, Cook, Boersma on 5 and 6. Aiden Fellows, Myers, Hartung, Tolbolt, 7 and 8. So that pair, those pairs will be finishing close to last. So we'll be able to get a good eye on their scores. Let's take a peek on 9 through 12. Samuels, we mentioned, he's one of those bowlers that's going to need a solid game to get back up. As he's at minus 61, so he need to get a game in the of 226 or better to get past Aiden Fellows, assuming Fellows throws 200 or less. Noel Vega dead score at minus 35, so Samuels can get a 230 out of this game. There's a chance. Burton trying to bounce back off and open. And lucky to leave just the 2-pin. Burton at minus 5, so he's got a little cushion, but he cannot afford a 170 game right here. That's for sure. So Lamont a couple open, but like we said, he's got 80-some pins to get over the cut number right now. So barring a full disaster shooting 120, we'll see Lamont tomorrow. Let's take a peek in here on the high end. We've got Parav. He's 15 outside the number right now. He's your bowler A. He can only shoot 2-teen. It's 213, so Parab's not going to have enough to get there. The Corey, double A on 16 way back. Not going to have enough to get there. Let's check in on 9 through 12. Isaiah Shannon, you see walking off the lanes. He's your bowler A. But Shannon at plus 41. He's got a 3-bagger offset in the open. He'll be okay. Malash at plus 20. He's got 50-some pins over the number. And he's got a 3-bagger this game. So even with all opens. Still be in the 170s. He'd still only lose 30 pins. So Malash good to go. Chandler Stevens, he's your A on 11. He's at minus 28. Still got to finish strong. Keep ahead of Aiden Fellows and Jeff Mann. So we'll watch Malash throw here, and then we'll get down and check in on Aiden Fellows and Jeff Mann. Noel Samuels, we mentioned, at minus 61. Samuels Dutch through 3, so a little too early to make that call there. And a great toss by Malash. We'll see him tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Jeff Mann starts with the front 3. So the first active player outside the number. Looking good for the moment. And Aiden Fellows, the man on the number. 3 spares to start this game. Throw another strike on the board for Mann, and at this moment, Mann ahead of Fellows, knocking him out. Fellows can still stay in with a solid game, though. He's only 1 pin behind the dead score at Noel Vega. So if Fellows shoots 202, gets a 3-bagger, stays clean, Fellows will stay in, Mann will jump in, and Vega will get dropped out. Of course, that's all depending on what Chandler Stevens and Ryan Burton finish with. We'll check in on Burton momentarily. Let's go down and check it out. Kevin McCune, he's solid in. Plus 25 coming in, and if he goes open, he's at 2-0. Benninghoff 4-double-B, great start for Benninghoff. Plus 27 coming in. He has himself a spare and 3 strikes on the board. Little trouble there, though, there for Benninghoff. Open frame, but as we mentioned, he's got about 60 pins up over the number. He just needs to avoid shooting 140 or less. We'll see Kevin McCune tomorrow morning for advances round. That's for sure. So Prav definitely falling short. He's going to be sub 200, not going to have enough to get there. Let's check out Samuels as he's looking to make a run. Samuels at minus 61. He's your bowler A. He's clean through 4, but he's going to need to be throwing a 4 or 5 bagger pretty darn soon. Chandler Stevens, he's your bowler A on lane 11. Stevens, even with an open, will be in the 190s. They'll want to mark just to make sure, especially with Fellows and Mann still having a chance to jump in. Stevens only 7 pins up on Vega, so any mark in the 10th frame will keep Stevens ahead of Vega. 9 miss would be 192. And he would fall a pin behind Vega. So, yeah, it's a must-mark situation in the 10th frame for Stevens to stay ahead of the dead score of Noel Vega. Oh, I can tell we just got past midnight here in Coldwater as our YouTube. The diehards are still here. Thanks for hanging in here with us. Yeah, Lemond's going to be in the 160s even with an open, so Lemond easy in. Benninghoff 104 on an open in the 5th, but he struck in the 6th. I think it's Ryan Burton having some struggles right now. No give me there. We'll peek in on Burton momentarily. Yeah, even if Benninghoff, pardon me, were to open the last 4 frames, he'd still be in the 160s with count. He'd only lose 40, and he'd only be he'd be less than minus 20. He'd still be in. Actually, let's go to Benninghoff. And Messenger gets blocked on the way back towards the 10, knocked forward. Malash a little disappointed, but he's going to see advancers round action tomorrow. And now this is the shot of the night. Stevens must mark to keep Vega in the rearview mirror. Anything less than Stevens could be finding his way out of the top 32. Depending on other players' performance. We'll see Isaiah Shannon tomorrow. That's a given. As Shannon will finish with a total in the plus 50 range if he, actually in the plus 45 range if he spares the fill ball. Let's see what Chandler Stevens can do here. Stirs it down. Wow, and he comes up light. Leaves just the 2-pin. One would think this would be a great spare. Samuels takes the ring 7. That's going to hurt his chance of trying to climb into the number. So it's a must-make for Stevens here on this 2-pin. Sometimes you think these single pins are a gimme, but like we saw for Hayden Hale in Delphus on Thursday in his match against A.J. Johnson, 10th frame single pin spares are never something that should be assumed. There you go, cover it up, get your count, and Stevens will be advancing to competition tomorrow. Keep it on the lane. If you were to throw into the gutter or foul, he'd be tied with Noel Vega at minus 35. Let's not have that happen. And then we'll get down and check in with Aiden Fellows, the man on the number. And Jeff Mann is 3 pins out, looking to jump in. Fellows just missed a 310. Stevens keeps it on the lane. And even though it's a 7 count, 200 even leaves him at minus 28. Stays easy in. Now it's just down to Aiden Fellows, Jeff Mann, and Ryan Burton. As Burton's run into some problems, Burton's got an open frame in the 8th. He's at 126. We'll get over to Burton in a moment. There you see the score for Aiden Fellows. He's your bowler A on 7. Fellows at 90 in the 6th. And Fellows is going to basically have to strike out with a game that Jeff Mann has going. Man, 166 in the 7th, spare in the 8th. You can't count on Ryan Burton falling back any farther. So Burton will fire before Mann. Burton at just minus 5. So he's going to need to get a double in here somewhere. Gets the one in the 9th, comes up huge, but he's going to need to do it again. First ball of the 10th frame to guarantee he stays in. Because he could fall behind the dead score of Mossberger. Mossberger minus 37. And Mann comes up with an errant shot. Get to here, get to 192. And then marking the 10th frame. And Jeff Mann, you can get yourself in the top 32 for tomorrow. For sure, and not have to rely on anybody else dropping out. So we're going to need to get that pin respotted for Fellows. But Fellows now needs to strike out to stay in. He needs to get to 200. Spare here and striking out. Michael Mossberger is starting to look like the man who's going to get in. If Fellows falls out and Burton doesn't show up in the 10th frame. So waiting on Burton to step up in the 10th. We'll get over to him as soon as he hits the approach on lane 4. So Aiden Fells is going to need to strike out to stay in. Otherwise, he falls behind Mossberger. Mossberger moves in. Thing is, with Jeff Mann and Ryan Burton, what are they going to do to be able to possibly dump Mossberger back out? We'll find out. So Mann's going to go open his last 2 frames, most likely. Oh, no, pick it up. Stay hot. I thought Mann was going to stay on the outside looking in. What a huge conversion there in the 10th frame. Burton gets the first one in the 10th. He'll be in the 170s. They'll keep Burton in with decent count on the next shot. What a huge conversion by Jeff Mann, as that's going to move him by Mossberger and Noel Vega. Yeah, you see it, chuck it down the middle. Get your 210. That moves Mann to minus 29. So he moves in ahead of Vega. That slides Vega down to 32nd. And Fellows now can't get in, even if he strikes out. Even with Ryan Burton there, you see leaving a 7-10. Burton gets one, he's at 173, loses 27, he's at 32 to the minus. And if he misses both, he's still at minus 33. Ryan Burton manages to stay in with a strike in the 9th, strike in the 10th. Unofficially, I have Noel Vega as the number at minus 35. Mann moves in. Fellows drops out. Everybody else above Fellows stays in the cut. Noel Vega unofficially at minus 35. Because even with striking out, Aiden Fellows would be 1 pin off the number. What a clutch finish. Absolutely clutch finish by Burton. And how about that cover by Jeff Mann on the 2-4-8-10 to jump Fellows and advance the competition tomorrow. Unbelievable. Just when you thought that 2-4-8-10 did him in, he picks it up.
Good luck tomorrow. I'll see you. Luck across weekend next game.
As bowlers make their way to turning the score sheets in, Ryan Burton just walked by the booth, goes 32 in. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're in. You're in by 3. So a little action here on C Squad. It's always a challenge here in Coldwater. And we've got our 32 for tomorrow. Last man in, Noel Vega at minus 35. So thanks, everybody that's joined us this evening here from Pla-Mor Lanes and Coldwater, the 18th annual PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. We'll return tomorrow morning, advances round at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks, everyone who's joined us this evening. And you're right in the chat. Every pin matters. And that was proven tonight here in Game 8 by Jeff Mann and Ryan Burton. Mr. Duckworth, thanks. Appreciate the kind words in the chat. Yeah, we're the one-man crew here. We're busting tail. We're glad everyone's here to join us, and I can't wait till the Hardings crown another champion tomorrow here in Coldwater. Will we finally get it? Our first repeat champion in over a decade? Or will it be another new champion tomorrow? We will find out. Join us at 11 a.m. Thanks, everybody. I'm $2 Phil Bradlow. Hey, parents, take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life. And we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay, C Squad, that concludes your A-game qualifying the 2026 PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classics presented by Moxy's Extra Pair. Please get those score sheets filled in, added up, signed, and turned in to me. And I will go ahead and verify the number unofficially. Unofficially, 32nd place is -35 in Noel Vega. Again, that is unofficial. We will verify the scores and bring you your official number after everything has been tallied. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.